And that's not what I meant to do. And there we go. Welcome everyone to the Ills and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Chillhop. Today, featuring a new screen setup, if you will. I decided to purchase one of those fancy ring lights. Actually, it's not really a new event. It happened maybe 2 weeks ago that I started fiddling around with this thing. I think I found an angle that is comfortable to me. So we're gonna try this out. We're gonna see if it's not too jarring to everyone's eyes. It certainly poses an interesting set of challenges for those of us that decided to use goggles while we stream. So hopefully you're enjoying your Thursday afternoon. Hopefully you enjoyed your Thursday afternoon. Today is Friday. And so hopefully your day is going well. Hopefully you're wrapping up the week okay. Hopefully you're looking forward to a wonderful weekend. It is All Hallows Eve weekend, as they say. And so you might be going to a party or another. You might be dressing up in costume, perhaps donning your favorite cosplay. Who knows? I certainly wish you merriment. Hopefully you have some pumpkin ales. I do enjoy those. Maybe some pumpkin ciders. Those are also delightful. But yeah, lots of things happening this weekend. Today we're starting a little bit different than most streams because all I am drinking today is water, at least for the first 30 minutes or so. And what you can imagine is I had coffee very recently. I brushed my teeth very recently. And I've still got some of those flavors in my mouth, so I would rather not spoil good tasting beer with the taste of either caffeine, coffee beans, or toothpaste. Toothpaste is made of diatoms. So for now we'll be drinking water until we can cleanse our palate, and then we'll start enjoying something a little more delicious. And so let me actually, before I forget, let's go ahead and update the old ticker. Water. Just in case anybody tunes into the Ales and Fails Twitch stream and wonders, hey, this popular social drinker, Alewolf, is drinking water. This is strange. I better ask about that. Santé. So today we are going to play some Banjo-Kazooie. I believe the last time I played this was 2 weeks ago. I believe I was in Rusty Bucket Bay and I was having a terribly tough time, but so it goes, I suppose. Can't do too much. Still trying to run this game through 100% completion. And I'm doing this mostly out of memory, even though when I get in trouble I do try to look up stuff on the internet to try to see if I'm missing certain Jiggies, Jinjos, what have you, all the J's. But yeah, mostly doing it this way. Join me, and I'm actually going to take a quick 30-second break to adjust the goggles because they certainly don't seem to be agreeing with the level of lighting that I have here. Of course, I will be right back. I'm just gonna switch to my live scene right now. Alright, and we are back, and I realized that I didn't mute my microphone, so all that cursing I did in the background is now on the record, and it may be used against me in a court of law. But I guess we'll have to wait for that to happen. Let's turn on the volume here. So we got desktop audio and the microphone, so it looks like we are okay. Let's go ahead and get started. Maximize this screen. Much better. Oh, and of course, gotta remember the fact that I was actually running this on a little bit better. Running this on suspend states. So let's see, what's my 1013s? 239. I think this is where we need to be. 13th of August, that seems to have been so long ago. And I think we finished clearing this room, if I'm not mistaken. Something tells me we're gonna have to go back to the suspend point regardless. And as you might recall, one of the biggest enemies of N64 era games, the biggest enemy across all N64 games, regardless of publisher or developer, the camera. And let's see. One thing I can't tell over here is just, where's my chat box? Lovely. Give me 1 second, folks. I need to fix something over here. That's interesting. My chat box generally just pops up on the side of my screen, but maybe my screen is too narrow. No, I guess not. I guess that's how it is. Mini feed. What if I expand? You know what, I think what I will do, so what I'm actually doing right now, which can't actually be seen by you, is I am going on my Google Chrome tab and just letting it show me my chat stream, just in case anybody actually does pop up and say, hey, why aren't you saying anything, or something to that effect. That never happens, but it would be nice. So we're in one of the cabins of Rusty Bucket Bay. I'll have to fix this Streamlabs issue later. And honestly, one of the problems with Rusty Bucket Bay is just the fact that it is a very massive stage. Very massive, that sounds silly. It is a massive stage, and as a result, because I haven't played this game in about 2 weeks, I'm probably gonna retread some other things. I specifically remember having gotten all the collectibles outside of the ship, except for maybe Snorkel the Dolphin. I still need to save it, but I think I need to do something here to slow down the, what was it, the propellers, so that I could actually save them, because if I don't, I will just get cut. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Life is frustrating. are here, walking around the smokestacks. One thing that I probably find curious is just the fact that if we are to believe that this is a working ship, why aren't I getting burned by the fact that by these smokestacks? I bet if you actually touch one, they're 1,000,000 degrees hot. Essentially a volcano, if you will. Volcanoes power ships. Can't drink and climb, I always say. Wow. That has got to be the most amateurish move ever. It threw me down several stories, took away health by an enemy that I am very well aware of. And yeah, not pleasant. I'm gonna have to retread the stacks. It hurt me so much that it reset my camera to a poor angle. So that's something. That's something right there. Where is that creature? I forget that there's multiple levels here. So here it is. And of course, one of the things that I keep running into in this particular world is just the fact that I'm constantly running low on honeycombs. It's on the other side. I believe that's a jiggy. I love it. I literally just slipped. Here's starting to wonder if this 100% completion run is going to be feasible. Like I said, I must have done this at least twice as a youth. So I didn't think that I would have any issues, particularly completing this challenge, but at this point the reflexes are not what they used to be. I am long for this world. I'm not winning any fighting game competitions. My kingdom for a bunch of C buttons. This control stick is so frustrating. Beautifully done. Okay, so that's another one in the bag. And it's weird because I do think that I've actually done a lot of this map, and yet all I've got is 4 jiggies to show. That's I keep trying to walk off the ledge. I feel like I've covered a lot of this map, and yet I've only got 40% of everything done. And of course, the witch switch is over there, which I won't be able to get in this one single run. I'll have to come back in and out. How about that in and out secret menu? Hydration Nation. And where's my next next ladder. And why do you keep doing that, dude? I honestly don't want to take any more fall damage. With all the enemies here, some of these invincible ones, it doesn't make sense for me to take any more damage than I should. And I know that there's a particular code to these. I don't believe I've encountered the room where they actually let you know what the code is. So I won't enter it or guess it just yet. And of course these pipes are sentient. I don't even know, are they pipes? Portholes? I think that's what they're called, portholes. So this one is fine. I think the other one is mean. Yeah, there you go. I think that thing killed me at some point in one of my previous lives. Sounds about right. Let's try to see if we can go down this one. Oh, this is the kitchen. And honestly, because of the angle of this thing, I am very wary of just these enemies getting free licks on me. Trying to play it safe here, folks. What do I see? What is my design? Hit him hard and hit him fast. And I'm not getting that. You gotta be crazy. Taylor did say if you don't bleed, you don't grow, but I don't think she was talking about being in the kitchen of a witch's naval vessel. And these are hot. Anything glowing red is hot. Is there anything of value in these other than the Mumbo token? I don't think I need to risk a honeycomb for that. Not worth it. And there's eggs in there. And there's a chance for one more. Honeycomb. I wonder if I could hit it from far away. Can't I attack it from far away? I honestly want to just get the honeycomb piece without getting hurt, which might be too much to ask. Okay, maybe just fire one true egg. I don't know, maybe the stomp? Why wouldn't it just let me do the stomp? Okay, we're out. I didn't even get the kill, so that was sad. And honestly, it seems like these goblins are fogging up far more than usual. Trust me, folks, these, I've definitely got aeration points on these, so I never understand why they fog up. Maybe my skin just breathes a little bit more than it should. Like some sort of amphibian creature. But Beowulf, you say? Wolves are clearly mammals. What are you talking about? And to that I say I haven't had enough to drink yet. Which is just as debilitating as having too much to drink. Why? It's so frustrating to get hits without, from the most basic enemies, all because you can't see the camera properly. I shouldn't have taking that last feather. Okay, is there anyone else in here? It's ridiculous that I have to go into first-person view to actually see if there's any more enemies. There's a Jiggy there. There's a potentially what could be a door there. I'm not actually sure. Let's see. Of course. Let's Wonder Wing it. Clearly that is the only way to do that without getting hurt. Physically or emotionally. And now that's it in terms of things inside this room. Was that my 6th? View totals. 5. What am I doing wrong here? Alright, we're gonna have to keep exploring this place. And friends of the stream might remember that I did have a conversation about how much I enjoy this level. And I do. I still, I don't deny that it is endlessly frustrating. But, such is the case. And of course they're all right there walking around. Nice. And again, just go for the safe shot. Where are you, punk? Sea punk. Actually, I was looking for enemy names before starting the stream because I did want to name the stream after an enemy. Oh, and this is a map of the island location, the island map, Treasure Trove Cove, I believe. That's a hidden bonus. And so I think I was looking for the name of the dolphin, and I noticed that the name of these gremlins is like Salty My Grubby or Grubby Salty, Fiendling. You know, they have such varied names, these gremlin type creatures, and I thought, well, nobody's ever going to use those names on these things. I wonder why they wasted their time naming them so esoterically. A lot of detail put into this command room. Gotta get those eggs. And I believe it's in one of these rooms that we're actually supposed to run into the numbers to blow into the portholes. Sorry, those whistles. It's weird that I haven't seen it yet. But maybe we've got to keep exploring. That's not the way we came in. Okay, what's in here? Doesn't seem like anything other than an actual life raft. And that thing is going to chomp at us, so I'm not going that way. Have I been down here? Yes, I believe I have. This is where we started, right? But I do spot a gold feather. Where did it go? Was it just me? I'm pretty sure I saw a gold feather. Let's look again. Wow. Maybe we need to look up from higher. Mind you, this is for no reason other than to have a full supply of gold. Okay, I'm sure that if I just start messing around here, I'll eventually bump into it. There it goes. So silly. But yeah, I think I've done this room otherwise. Just gonna double check. Yeah. You know what? I'm actually at full health, so I'm going to go ahead and create a suspend point right here. Just in case we do need to go back to something like this. Don't get too many chances to do that at full health this late in the game. So we've gone down that porthole. I don't think these open. Is this one an enemy? Oof. I almost walked right into that one. And I know there was a tiny door in one of the portholes upstairs, which I'll have to visit at some point. I just wanted to do the lower level first. But at this point, I think I'm going down. I'm retreading old locations. Let's see if there's anything else here. Ooh, that guy's mean. And get some musical notes. What time is it, by the way? I'm honestly just buying my time till I can actually get a drink proper. I honestly don't want to fall off the ship. Okay, but it looks like we've collected a lot of notes. There's a mumbo token that I think we can get safely. Is this guy mean too? No, it looks like that's an actual opening. So I might go down there. Let's go in here. So many openings, seriously. Oh, I think this is where you slow down the propeller. I hope it's not a timed event. I'm sure it will be, but I secretly hope that they patched the game. They were like, nah, that's too difficult. Let's go ahead and let them have this one. Let's do it for the mixter. Alright, let's see what happens here. Okay, so they are slower. No timer. Okay, that's good. So that one stays. Let's go back up. And I'm at 80 notes, 4/5 of the way, which is quite good, I think. What other openings haven't we gone through here at the ground level? I think the opening with the wind pipes, the wind propellers is actually in the smokestack. So I know that is still available. But there has to be a room somewhere around here that I haven't visited. Oh, here we go. 312111. That is actually what I needed to hit. And I guess I missed this one. Why won't you just... Okay, getting some red feathers. Might be okay here. When I believe that's Conker's girlfriend from Conker's Bad Fur Day. And I guess I don't really need any more feathers. But I do want to go up there to see if there's anything else beyond that grumbly wumbly, whatever it's called. Oh, of course there's a mumbo token. I'm just gonna shoot it. And of course, if I could see, This might be a little bit easier. Gonna shoot dead center. That should cover the entire thing, right? No, game is like, let me just make you do the least useful attack in this game. And I hear the drop. Do I need this honeycomb right now? No, I do not. Hopefully it sustains. I'm actually going to create another suspend point here. This actually shows you just how chicken I've become. Just going to adjust my seating here again. I did move around things quite a bit. Of course, these goggles. I wonder how Ty from Digimon does it. Alright, so I want to get away from this guy, of course. And what was it? 312111? I think that's what it was. Did I already go in here? Yes, we have been here several times. But so that is it for this area. There's the entrance to the engine room. Have we tried this door? No. Let me go ahead and get that Jiggy before I go into the propeller room. Wow. I nearly just walked into that. This game has got me, this level has got me as frantic as you would be playing Resident Evil or something. I'm just constantly afraid for things. But yeah, I wanted to go get that whistle. The work whistle, of course. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Don't fall. I thought I was going to sustain fall damage, but I guess I got lucky. I think, actually the whistles are on the opposite side of the ship. And this door just keeps beckoning to me. Do both smokestacks have little doors? Probably not. No, this... Clearly I went to the wrong side. No, wait, here it is. Wow, this camera. Okay. Two. And there we go. Alright, now let's go into that, the engine room. Every time I approach one of these and they grumble, my immediate instinct is to think, dog, dog. Los Lobos certainly wouldn't have any of that. Speaking of which, it's close to their feeding time. Let me make another suspend point here. Don't really need to overwrite my earliest ones. And of course I did that. And that is why, folks, you create suspend points. Okay, so there's a couple of enemies in here that I'm probably going to have to fight on my way out. Probably shouldn't take that, since I don't need it. That's the entrance. Let's go down the ladder. So other than the honeycomb, of course, there's at the entrance to the rest of the map. Oh, what is... There seems to be something right here. Haha. Okay, so now we have all the honeycomb pieces. And of course, there's only a pair left, and that's in Click Clockwood. Okay, so this is platforming to the max. Wow. What is happening? Dead. Alright, and that is why... Yeah, don't patronize me, Bottles. We know what this is all about. Okay, so those are gone. Let's go collect that honeycomb piece, and really we'll just create the suspend point right before the platforming. I felt my controls were incredibly slippery there, and I don't understand why. It was probably just the nerves. And again, let's go ahead and do this. Create suspend point, yes. Alright, nice. And of course, I'm panicking here. Leave that for later. Where are we? So there's some musical notes there, some more musical notes there, but that is going really fast. Does it slow down? I think it eventually slows down. And some more musical notes there. There's a Jiggy on that side. Okay, so let's take this step by step. And of course create a suspend point, because those are our friends. Your friend and mine, suspend point. One mistake is all it takes, folks. Whoa, hey! Why would I just get hurt by jumping into the... Even that. Color me confused. Okay, so there's our Jiggy. Okay, so that's the 7th Jiggy. There seems to be a couple more things here. And there's that. That's what the room that we saw from the other side. Just leave me at the farthest camera. Why is that so difficult for this game to understand? So there's two helices buttons, propeller buttons. I wonder if they are both timed. I guess we won't know until we try to hit one of them. And you know, the nice thing would be if you somehow manage to why can't you just play along nicely? That's not what I wanted to do. Why would you do that? Well, that is a huge failure. Here's me evaluating the situation as carefully as possible. So 239, 230, 239. Will it really just start me all the way from the beginning? Wow, this is super bad. Yeah. Go. Why? I guess one thing that I find eternally frustrating, it is just the fact that it is so easy to overwrite save points. Yeah, maybe that's what I was trying to say. So now I'm gonna have to explore this entire top cabin area just because I honestly don't remember how much where I was at when I created that suspension. 44. That drives me nuts. Oh man, 30 minutes worth of progress down the drain. Okay, let's try to do this systematically. Let's go from one end of the ship to the other and try to stick to it. Oh my goodness. I had such great progress. Why would you? Is there anything atop the rare flag? That's one thing that I didn't do. Let's collect this Mongol token, of course. Shouldn't be too difficult. Let's go down this porthole, which I think is next to the... Why didn't it... I definitely attacked its hitbox. I don't know what happened there. Take it easy. It'll be okay. I honestly hope that I can finish this level at least by the end of this session. For all my nostalgic love of Rusty Bucket Bay, maybe I'm done. Maybe I can revisit this in another 10 years. Continue to think that it was great. It has some pretty great parts. I like the location, but yeah, it's hurting us right now. It's hurting our vibe. And let's check this location out. Are there any secret entrances on this top third? We've already been down there because we defeated Boss Boombox. Boombox, Boss. But honestly, let me continue harping on it because that's constructive. What a waste of time. It's ever so frustrating to have to redo some of this stuff. we've thoroughly explored this front chunk. And now I'm not even daring to go grab a drink just now because I feel like once I do, I will forget my place in the map, and I really at least want to get to where I was before, so I can start fresh. And 31211 was the number. Okay, there's a porthole here that we want to get into. Just get in without getting hurt. Just get in. There you go. Not that difficult. I might just like span my entire suspend point screen with the same suspend point, so that I never overwrite the next one. That's productive, isn't it? I am so disoriented. $80 notes, folks. 80 notes down the drain. Did anybody up here? And really the main thing is did it not hurt the guy? Okay, good. He is hurt. One thing that I'm severely lacking is just eggs. And it's because I use so many of them on Boss Boombox. Get away from here. So this is the middle chunk, as I like to call it. Is there anything on this? No, that's where we went in order to drop the thing. There must be another porthole here that we can open. And I believe we can go into that one. Really? Neither of these open. I feel like, at least for these, one in every pair opens. But maybe I'm mistaken. And that's the feather. Do we actually need it? Yes, yes we do. Hold on a second here, folks. Just a second here, folks. Real life is ringing. Alright, let's go back to this. Honestly, all that care and dedication down the drain. And again, we're still exploring this middle section. We came from there, and now we're moving here. So just a bit disorienting where all these things are placed. Tell me, is that good game design? And of course that thing is our enemy. There it goes. Just, let's do it. It shouldn't be an obstacle. Okay. that's our final door. Let's go get some more notes over here. Wow, and I realized we're doing essentially the whole thing that we had done before. The whole thing, folks. Let's get this one already. This would be a little more productive if I could skip some of these cutscenes. I have already experienced the joy of getting these particular jiggies, so it brings me no satisfaction. And we probably are going to have to go up these pipes again. There's one of those chomps around here. Not a chain chomp, mind you. Wall creepers. Wall masters. No, that's Legend of Zelda. Shell creepers. No, that's Mario Brothers, the original. And there's our dance pad. Let's go all the way up. Of course, there's a mumbo token here. I forget what that last transformation costs, but I can't imagine that I don't already have it covered. But of course, you never know until you actually get there. And of course, just by traveling through both of these smokestacks, I'm already getting a sense of displacement. Okay, and this is another one. Good. A little more effective. Maybe I should take this as a Hades run where every time I lose, I actually don't lose because I'm gaining some experience. Is that how I should feel about it? No, I still feel like I was cheated. Quote of the year, I was cheated because my suspend points, which helped me cheat, didn't work the way I wanted them to. Okay, so we got that. Again, we haven't gone through any of the vents here in this middle section, so I'm going to go back down to the floor level and try and get them all. Collect them all. Let's go right here. Just why? There's another mumbly wumbly here, right? Oh, and I'll save the gold feather for the wall monster. You learn a little bit more every time. Okay, so 6. Alright. I would like to get those eggs, but I'm paranoid I won't be able to get back up. And there goes my paranoia. I don't even know if I want to risk it, to be honest with you. I think I'm fine. find a ladder. See these treacherous eggs. That's what that was. The eggs of treachery. So frustrating. Okay, what is the quickest way to get to the ship? And of course I'm on the side that doesn't have the door, ladder, whatever. Where's my flight pad? I could do so much with one flight pad. It's like the sort of thing, what is it, when you are like in quicksand, the more you move, the quicker you'll sink. And so it's like the more I try to dig myself back to where I was, the more I backtrack. Blast those eggs. I don't need to talon trot my way back into the water. Okay, so we're back here. And of course I'm disoriented again. I don't know if this is where I was. I'm gonna find the treacherous eggs boat. Try to go from there. Oh, okay, it was on that side. Yeah, so that's where that was. Treacherous eggs. Friend or enemy? Okay. Nice. And this is the kitchen, which at this point we must have visited. In this stream, I want to say maybe a good 4 times between all the repeats. Too many repeats. I don't think there's any more enemies here. Just gotta make sure that I collect every single musical note. Otherwise it'll be the sort of thing where I'm missing 1 or 2 and I will wonder for hours where I missed it. The nice thing about the... one of the few nice things about the level design is just the fact that you collect notes in multiples, in obvious multiples. And so, if you have like, I don't know, 79 and you're leaving a room, you probably missed one. There's a good chance you missed one. And so I've got 80, which is what I thought I should be having anyways. I'm just gonna collect these eggs without going up there. There's one more egg. And yeah, there you go. Let's see if there's anything else in this room worth of note. I know there's a Mumbo token, but for all intents and purposes, it is gone. We'll live without it. Oh, and I'm so late on my drink. I'm just so frustrated that I had to backtrack so much. One more location. And I think we will be exactly where we need to be. Why won't you kill the thing? Such a waste of energy, dude. Is there any more of these punks around here? Okay, good. So there's the control room again. Musical notes 84. Which I think rings true because in those platforms in the boiler room, I think the notes come in multiples of 4. And so if we need 16 more to actually complete 100, it makes sense that there will be 4 sets of 4. So I think we're where we need to be. Now we're going to go into the boiler room. Let me make my save point right in the location. Right exactly where I left off. Otherwise I'm going to go insane with rage. And that's not something that you want out of the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. You want it to be a safe space where people are laughing, having fun, spreading mirth. What is the term? Rage quitting? Is that the term? Yes. That is certainly a place where you don't want that to happen. Alright, so we're gonna kill these guys. Of course, we don't need those particular honeycombs. We're gonna go down. And that's like the 4th time we've collected that. So we're going to create our suspend point right here. We're going to create it over this crab. We're going to create it over this, whatever it is. This. Desperate times calls for desperate measures, folks. We essentially just wasted the first hour of that stream being senseless. So, all right, but with that, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to get a drink, and then we'll be wrapping up with Rusty Bucket Bay, hopefully. Let's go with this. Sorry, just getting used to my layout here. Let's cut the sound from the game here for a second. And maybe let's put some clarity on. Okay, that's a little bit better. So I went to the old beer fridge and I decided to get something a little refreshing. And so I went for Ace Guava Craft Cider, which you can't see because it seems like the can is being shot down by a laser. So a cider. You may have seen these before, and I don't know how that got there. Cider is not beer, amazingly enough. And you might be wondering, well, why are you drinking this on a strictly beer stream? And to that I will respond, well, I never said that this was a strictly beer stream. you simply assumed it, and you know what happens when you assume. The main difference between cider and beer is the fact that while beer uses grains as its base, things like barley, oats, wheat, ciders use fruits, of course. And of course, the most popular cider style is apple cider. And there's some folks out there that do wonderful things with apple cider. But of course, it's not the only fruit that you can use to make cider. There's things like pear, which is one of my favorites. There's pineapple. And interestingly enough, guava, which is what we have here today, Ace Guava Craft Cider. Guava is a fruit that is native to the tropics, and I don't know why I decided to review fruits just now, but bear with me. The reason why I happened to pick this one up specifically at the store is because I do like my guava. I grew up in a tropical area known as Miami, Florida, where there's a lot of just sweets made with guava, and of course you can just eat guava by itself, guava juice, guavino, which is something completely different, but there I go mentioning it. Let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on this. So yeah, I'm very nostalgic for guava. I love the taste. I don't see it too often used in a lot of things here in the West Coast, but what do I know? And it's not finding my thing, so I'm just gonna search guava crafts. Maybe I need to put Ace. The Ace. And of course that's not finding anything. There we go. And the cidery is Ace Cider, of course. Let's see. Ace Guava blends Brazilian pink guava juice with a tart, semi-sweet apple cider blend. It was inspired by a trip to Brazil where the House brothers, I'm assuming the House brothers are the owners of Ace, enjoyed a guava caipirinha on Ipanema Beach. The cider is bold, juicy, and unfiltered. So it sounds about right. Let's go ahead and stop talking nonsense and let's go ahead and pour this guy. Of course, because my setup is all shifted, I'm just a little bit confused as to where I'm supposed to do this. There goes the can. This is my trusty Hefeweizen glass. And as you can see, it's got a very cloudy texture, obviously because it's unfiltered. Generally, when talking about fermented drinks and suggesting that something is unfiltered, it generally means that the yeast was not removed upon canning of the product. So you can see right there, it's got a nice yellowish hue, but you can see some reds in there, which suggests to me that maybe part of the guava body is still within the drink. It's got certainly a tart nose, very reminiscent of tropical flavors. Fangin' ale. So I would say blends of both sour and sweet. It's got a fairly strong guava flavor, and if somebody came to me on the street and say, "Hey, I'm a stranger, drink this," and I'd say yes, I would probably tell them, "Hey, this is guava drink." I wouldn't actually assume that it was alcoholic. So delicious. I really like it. We should have more I was gonna say we should have more guavas on stream, but actually what I meant to say was we should have more ciders on stream. Oh, very nice. And it looks like my coaster is glued to my platform. Wonderful. Let's just keep that there for safekeeping. Let's go ahead and update our ticker. Because, as you know, somebody tunes into the stream, first thing they're gonna ask is, "Hey, what are you drinking? What are you serving? Why am I watching this?" Alright, so there it goes. Let's go back to the game. And that's not the game, but it will be very shortly. Alright, so there's our guy. Let's turn this off. Okay, so Desktop audio is back on, mic is back on. Let's go ahead and maximize this. So before we get there, let's go ahead and review our totals. We are at 84 musical notes, only 16 away from completing this Madeline level. We got four jiggies left. I know one of them is outside with Snorkel the Dolphin. We've already got 2 honeycomb pieces, and I know that we still have to hit the witch switch, but we're gonna have to come out of the level in order to do that, for reasons that will become very apparent soon. Okay, take it slowly. Whew, okay. Just do it. Nike, just do it. Okay, I'm gonna create a suspend point here. This is where I start just randomly falling off things. And actually did that the first time. That's amazing. I'm impressed. You get a sticker star. I should probably get some visibility on my chat just in case anybody is saying anything. Oh, that's better. So let's go back. So still 3 jiggies. Do we actually have the Jinjo's 5? No, actually, we're missing one pink one. Could be in here, I guess. I'm not 100%. Okay. So let's go here. Okay. So some eggs here. Sure would be nice that now that you're on this side of the window that you could just break it open to make an easy shortcut for us. But no such luck, of course. So that slowed things down a bit, though still not enough. What's over there? There's that Rumble token. Stop swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Okay, let's not be mad. Let's be glad that we have this thing. Alright, so the jig is up. I'm still so perplexed by the fact that Streamlabs is not showing my chat. Maybe it's because I adjusted the layout. I'll have to look into that while not on stream. be anything on that side, of course. This is our extra 1-up. Okay. And this is, I believe, the last thing we did before we perished. No need to get that Mumbo token. Okay, let's create another suspend point here. Create 232. We are at that point. We're essentially just making it every few seconds because I'm so concerned with losing progress here. Another Mumbo token we're going to skip. Actually, one thing that I'm wondering is where is that pink Jinjo, because I'm pretty sure that I visited everything. I'm going to take a Google break just in case I don't see it here. And that's not what I want. Where's my... There we go. Let's go Banjo-Kazooie. Rusty Bucket Bay. And like I was suggesting earlier, I'm really trying not to do this with guides, but in the large alcove underwater, under the grate that the beehive sits upon, just to the right of the exit pad. Large alcove underwater. Is that the one I'm actually missing? Let me double check here. Yeah, it is the one I'm missing. Musical notes, Jinjos. What is this? Huh. Well, if I didn't get it, I guess I just didn't get it. We'll have to go back out for that part. It's actually quite close to the entrance, so I'm kind of perplexed that I didn't get it when I was doing stuff outside. Okay, so the propeller... That propeller button is really the last thing here. So this is going to slow down everything. I don't know if it'll actually stop everything, but it'll certainly slow things down. And I guess one thing that I should check is where is the dolphin in relation to the exit of this map. So the smokestack that I'm looking at is the one that is westmost, whereas the dolphin is here, 6. So I need to, or I think it is. Let's see what this is. Mumbo tokens, G's. Stop the props. While inside the engine room, Beak plus the 2 propeller switches on each side of the room. Once a second, the timer will commence and the duo must reach the Jiggy behind the propellers before they reactivate. It is possible to reset the timer by beak busting either switch again in case the player wants a better time obtaining platforms. This comes as the hardest Jiggy to obtain in the entire game. This is due to the sheer difficulty of navigating the engine room and the oily water. Alright, so are we ready for the hardest Jiggy? Give me 1 second, I just need to clear my glasses. Clear my glasses. create a suspend point here actually. Let's overwrite that. And give me just 1 minute here, folks. Let's leave it here. Alright, let me check out that map one last time. And I keep feeling my controller rumble because so I'm gonna have to exit one smokestack, go all the way to the back of the ship. I'll probably have to race. I've done this before. I wonder how difficult it will be. Alright. Let's focus here. Let's just wait. Oh, beautiful. Load. And I'll probably just rewrite that suspend point with this one so I don't have to do this every single time. Oh wait, I thought everything was actually coming to a halt. No such luck, I guess. Create one right here just in case it is actually better than what we have. Wow. And I'm assuming that it's in this direction, though I'm not 100% sure. Wow, get out of the water, dude. Just land, just land. Okay. Whew. Actually did it. Ah, that's insane. That is insane. First try too. Though I won't admit that I'm very proud of that. Let's go ahead and try and get that Jinjo, I suppose. I'm a little surprised that I didn't get the Dolphin though. I thought I was supposed to lift an anchor somewhere. So maybe maybe that Jinjo is actually here below. 96, seriously? Did I miss something? Oh, I see there's a grape right there. And it's gonna be the tail of the, I'm gonna create a suspend point right here just because I know I'm gonna drown. Right here. Where is the guy? Just get it. I'm about to drown, aren't I? That's a good thing I created a suspend point right there. Load. Wow. Move. I honestly thought I was gonna run out of oxygen for that one. Okay, so we've got the Jinjo's 5. What are we missing here? The Dolphin, of course. And those 4 musical notes. Which, as I said, at this point could be anywhere. Which is a little bit frustrating. I honestly thought I had everything. But I guess we'll have to search. Wouldn't it be nice if those 4 musical notes were just like at the beginning of the level? Like, oh, you just forgot to take the ones right on the right. But of course that never happens. Life is never that nice. Oh, what could I be missing here? Let me start with the ship, which is the most obvious thing, I think. Oh, and of course, I probably should go ahead and, well, drink, of course, but also I should go ahead and save that Dolphin. And just a second here, folks. Pizza delivery. Okay, let's go back to this. So the Dolphin, I believe, was very close to... let me go ahead and check out this porthole, actually. Hunting for 4 missing musical notes. It's kind of unfortunate. At least I'm never gonna have to go in there again. Unless that's exactly where the musical notes are. And actually, before I do that, let me go ahead and consult this just in case it shows me any particulars. Any obvious spots. And of course, why wouldn't you just zoom in here? No, I don't want to inspect, I just want to zoom. There's 12 up there. 3 there. Must be an obvious 4 that I'm missing. This is not helpful, to be honest with you. 4 there. Let me see if musical notes. Stop it. Stop it. Mambo the pins. Alright, let's look at what needs to be done for a Snorkel. Rescue Snorkel from under the ship's anchor by following the chain up to a room inside the ship. Oh, okay. So maybe in the room where I need to push the switch is where my notes are. But this is just making an assumption. Where's the anchor? I think it's probably on the other side of the ship. You can't beat me, I've got a better ship! I believe that was the boss of, no, that was a Star Wolf, one of the Star Wolf guys. Pigma Dengar, potentially. Once they've got the Dolphin too. He was like, hey, I cannot be defeated. Nobody has ever been defeated, even though they have like a slightly better model of whatever. Is this one of the evil ones? Probably is. So the anchor... I think the anchor is there. I can't tell. Which is why I'm just going to create a suspend point here. Overwrite that. I think honestly the one thing I definitely don't want to have to try to do again is trying to get that propeller jiggy. That was crazy. Please tell me that there's a surface here. Is there any musical notes in here? Doesn't seem like it. I think I'm... here's my notes. And of course I'm going to just die by the gremlins. Grab by the ghoulies, as they say. That's what they say, right? Yes! Jiggies, Jinjos, honeycomb pieces, whatever. Nothing is as mighty as getting all of the musical notes in a level. Ah, I can finally enjoy my cider. Can you leave it atop the water, please? No, of course you can. Alright guys, I think we're gonna do it. I think we're almost in the clear. Does that chain actually lead any higher. No, I don't think. I need to go back up for air. Otherwise I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna die. You just face the right direction. Sure, I just need to... No, come on. It is so easy to die in these pools. Did I get everything? Everything except the witch switch, I think. Okay, beautiful. It's not a wrap yet, but victory is nigh close. Oh, wait, everything is sunk. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, so let's go back for that witch switch. So glad I have nothing to do with collecting anything anymore in here. Of course, all the enemies are alive again. Okay. Okay. You know, to be honest with you, I guess I didn't need for the TNT box to be back. Okay. One more JD. Okay. It's barely a distance. Shot and pulled. Camera, stop being stupid. We're done here. We are done. It's just like Mr. Fiend from that Rugrats episode. Just knock it off. Alright, and that does it. 100% on Rusty Bucket Bay. And our glasses are still fogging up. I should really look into resolving that at some point. So if you are just tuning into the Ales and Fails Twitch stream, here we are trying to do a 100% completion run on Banjo-Kazooie. And we are still enjoying a guava cider. Delectable. I'm going to reduce that. That's a little bit better. Oh, that's perfect. Alright, So let's go grab that Jiggy before we completely forget its location. I think it's in the cave next door. Oh, there's a new cauldron. I don't know if it's new, honestly. It's nice to take a breather between maps and then just explore the lair. Dragon's lair. Where does this take us? I think this has just sent us back to... Yeah, I roughly remember where this is. Close to Freezy Peak. Brentilda. Granny Brentilda. Yeah, that's fine. It's nice that I was able to do this. Let me just adjust here. Okay. So once again, happy Friday. I feel like now that I'm out of that map, I can sincerely say, hey, you know what? Let the good times roll. Let's get a little tipsy. Let's just go, you know? Let's just go. Whoa. That's not safe. So why did you just swim directly into it? And I think this is the location, if I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure. Okay, very nice, folks. What's in here? What is all this about? Simple plan. What's beyond these grates, I wonder? Nothing, I guess. Some more water, I guess. And there's our next... Oh, it's a temporary one. Honestly, I have no need to currently do this. Unless there was something more special about that. Oh, it just vanished. I honestly didn't want to do that just yet. Was the only reason just to get up there? I don't think so. There must have been something else here. Because you could still get to this platform without the water rising. Without the water Metal Gear rising. I feel like I need to explore this area. Oh. There's obviously a ledge here. Let's go ahead and raise the water one more time and see if there's something else we can do. And it gives you an ample 30 seconds, so I wonder what's the story there. Maybe I need to go to the next room. Let's see what happens if I go all the way down and then try to go all the way back up. Is the timer still going? Yes, it is. Something. I'm pretty sure this is not it. That didn't really do anything. There must be a reason for that third water level. What is this? Oh, this is the Rusty Bucket map. Puzzle room. Third level. And here I am trying to rack my brain to figure out what was the point of that. Racking my brain. What is on this side? I vaguely remember that room. Maybe it was related to Halloween Town. I mean Mad Monster Mansion. Halloween Town is a Kingdom Hearts level. Where's that monstro? You tell me, you have the power. So, let's get out of here. I'm intrigued by what is the thing that I could have reached with those 30 seconds. It's not the cauldron, that doesn't make any sense. And this ship is etched into the wall, which is an interesting feature. What is around here? Maybe it's whatever's up there? Well, let's try this one more time. So it's directly below us. I gotta say though, it's a pretty insane dive to try to do it within the 30 seconds that the Switch allows. Is that stupid bomb gonna destroy us as soon as we get out? Alright, another one of these Banjo-Kazooie Switch runs, which of course are my favorites. Nice. Keep rising, Metal Gear Rising. Okay, we made it. Cheeto. Nice. So we will get another... I believe this is the last upgrade. I'm not 100% sure. We've got the blue eggs one. We've got the red feathers, I want to say. Yeah, 100 red feathers. So let me go ahead and consult good old Google. Cheeto spell book. Banjo-Kazooie wiki. So blue eggs. that doesn't necessarily tell me the max points that I need. Okay, 200 eggs, 100 red feathers, 20 gold feathers. So I know that I got the eggs. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure I've got enough. Wow. Enough feathers. So this must be the last one. I honestly didn't realize that this was the location. I thought for sure that the water was for something else, but clearly I was mistaken. What else is in here before I move on? So there's that spell book. There's that room that leads nowhere. Rusty bucket. I think we need to keep moving, folks. On and ahead. I definitely want to make it to Click Clockwood before I close out here, but let's go ahead and get those gold feathers. I'm sure that we will make good use of them. Just making sure my time is running okay. Let's go through that next school musical note door. Can I remember I didn't need to do that. And the point of actually moving forward, as opposed to going back to Treasure Trove Cove, is I am secretly hoping that there is a cauldron that'll warp me back. Reckless abandon. Clearly because I needed to do that. Tell me there's a cauldron. Whoa, hey! I don't think you can kill these guys, unfortunately. I can probably already open this, can't I? Let's check out what it is. Curiosity is killing me. Oh, and this is the end game, folks. So let's not do that yet, but that is our final location. So if you do everything perfectly in Banjo-Kazooie up to Rusty Bucket Bay, you don't even have to do Click Clockwood. I never realized that. You don't even have to touch it. What is this? Oh, I missed every egg. Oh, I see. I remember this. And that's the door that we went to. Maybe you can actually make it up there. My kingdom for a gold feather, as they say. Or rather, a gold member. Anybody remember the old Austin Powers trilogy? Certainly like the first two. My mileage with the third one varies. Don't remember too much of it. There's a feather. And there's that. There's the puzzle piece for that. Oh, Brentilda. I'm going to enter the game show and I'm not going to remember a single thing. Flying radio controlled bats. Great. Greasy warthog. I think I missed the second one. Undead Ed. Okay. Let's remember every single one of those for the game show, which will probably be in about 2 weeks. Sorry, more like 4 weeks. So in about a month. Undead Ed, everyone. Oh, there's generally something like a mumbo token behind here. Pays to use the first camera sometimes, but not today. Okay, so let's go back all the way. And I honestly thought there was gonna be a cauldron, but that was nothing. Okay. Okay. And this is that area. These guys don't mess around. Okay, so we're backtracking rather slowly all the way to Treasure Trove Cove, which is where that where we also had the panel for Click Clop Wood. You know, one thing I feel I need to do is refill my eggs. Refill my eggs. I don't know if I'll get a chance to do that anytime soon. Okay, let's go get the feathers first. How about that? Gone, but not forgotten. And if everything goes according to plan, this will be the last time we actually visit Treasure Trove Cove. I mean, unless I want to do the stop and swap, which I'm not 100% sure if I want to do that. just for the sake of completion. Let's go ahead and kill this punk. Why did I get hurt? He was... okay. So, gold feathers. Speaking of gold feathers, I know I've said this a number of times on stream in the past, but... Gold Rush! As Drillmon, the drill of power, used to say. And a T. Nice. 20 gold feathers. Very clever. Not too many words that rhyme with 20. Let's get out of this place. Out of this nice level and go into a far less nice level. Let's go ahead and open up that Click Clock Wood map. Hey, relax, buddy. And I believe it was, yeah, I think it's down here. Which is kind of one of the strangest things about the layout of Banjo-Kazooie. They decided to put the puzzle map of the last level like right at the beginning. And maybe it's not the strangest thing in the world. We do have things like back in the original Pokemon, how you could plainly see Viridian City Gym, even though it was the last one right at, and it was the second city that you ever visited. Because spoilers, the gym leader was Giovanni. I think Giovanni was Italian. He certainly hasn't been depicted as such in the anime. Alright, let's just go for it. Final level is open. And we've still got 20 Jiggies, so we are good. We are good. We get 10 more Jiggies in Click Clock Wood, hopefully, and we will have enough Jiggies to fill every single... Oh, let me go ahead and get these eggs. Get every single puzzle piece, which I think rewards us with some nice bonuses by the end, post the game show. Come on, give me my eggs. Alright. You know, one thing that I don't hate about Click Clock Wood is the fact that the water, as far as I can remember, not poisonous. Imagine that, water, the element which gives life, as Kitana once said, not poisonous. And I'm gonna try and see if I can use a cauldron to move faster. I know that there's one all the way down here for some reason. This is the first cauldron that you encounter. Don't necessarily know where it leads. Game doesn't really do too much explaining. And yes, we are in that room again. Where's that second cauldron? There really is only a few cauldrons, warp cauldrons, that actually matter in this game, I noticed. And I think, honestly, most of the time I don't ever bother with making sure that I've got every single one of them connected. What are her totals in terms of Gruntilda's lair? 9 out of 10. And I'm assuming that that last one is dependent on the last witch switch. Which one? The witch one. That was bad. Hopefully we don't get intercepted by that piranha. Okay. Boy, it's been a weird and wonderful journey. Didn't need to do that. And I'm sure all those vines are back, aren't they? Yes, they are. Okay. Well, there goes 4 of our feathers. Fortunately, we are at excess. That new character from USA High. Alright, let's take a quick break here. I'm gonna go ahead and get something new to drink. We will be back in about 5 minutes, folks. Stay tuned. Alright, and we are back. Let's go ahead and cut this desktop audio for just a second. And let's turn on some fresh, because that's exactly what we're doing here. So I decided to continue with the fruit theme, though we are switching from ciders to actual beer. This is extreme blackberry and raspberry Yas cream imperial creamsicle sour. So maybe let's go ahead and take that step by step. Before I do that, okay, that's a little bit better. So a creamsicle sour is a type of sour beer. No mystery there. But what exactly does that entail? Well, I know that there's been a number of styles that have spawned from the hazy IPA style. And so this might be just one of these. No, that doesn't make sense because this is actually a sour. Rewind that thought. This is not a hazy. A sour beer. Let's rewind that even further. There's three main types of beer flavors. There's bitterness, which comes from the hops. There's sweetness that comes from the malts. And then there's sourness, which comes from the yeast products, and in some cases some bacterial products. A few yeasts specifically will give beers a sour character because they generally don't. The main one that is cited is Brettanomyces, which actually yields some sour products into the beer. But generally you have things like lactobacillus, which actually provides the sourness into beers, and these are bacteria related to the things that make other things go sour, like milk when it ferments. As for what a creamsicle sour is, considering that I've exactly had one, and I'm holding it right here, I don't know if it's a formal style. I like the word, it rolls off the tongue, creamsicle. But yeah, I've never heard of that. As for the word imperial, that simply means the alcohol content. And I think I generally see it associated with stouts. You see imperial stouts, that's the main Russian style. But whenever you see it in other beers, it generally means that it has a high alcohol content. So anywhere above 8% would be considered imperial if you really want to be technical about it. This one is actually 8.5%. Friends of the stream will remember that I have had this beer before, and it didn't really wow me. It's not something that I reject. I think it's just that it actually very closely mimics what a creamsicle tastes like, which is fine if that's your sort of ice cream. I generally like stuff that's creamier. Creamsicles are okay. I don't know how you make them, but I assume it involves freezing of fruit juice and very little more than that. So if you like creamsicles, then this is the type of beer for you. If you like sour beers, there's other examples out there. If you like imperial beers, go with an imperial stout, please. Do it right now. Stop watching this stream. Go get an imperial stout. So as you can see, this beer is purpley, maybe lilac in color. You definitely can't see through it. It is definitely unfiltered. I can see floating bits and pieces there. Let's go ahead and see what Untappd says before we take a dive into the flavor. And actually, let me go ahead and this. Go to Untappd over here. Creamsicle sour raspberry. Let's see if we can find it. Blackberry, raspberry. Can I sort by times that I've had it? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Highest ABV. Clearly I'm missing the name here, folks. How about we go for the word that doesn't exist? Yas. There it is. Something is vibrating on my desk. Okay, I thought I was getting a phone call. Let's go with Yas. That's not doing anything. Just search, dude. Okay. Here we go. And as I said, I've had this one before. So the proper name is Yas Cream, Blackberry and Raspberry. To put it quite frankly, we slayed this beer. It's extreme for a reason. We packed our tanks to the brim with blackberry puree, raspberry puree, and a whole lot of vanilla. Yes! This beer's got that smooth creaminess and that succulent berry tartness. What's not to love? It's fabulous. Well, let's see if that proves correct. Let's go ahead and... So, Fang and Ale. So again, very representative of what a creamsicle would taste like. Pretty good blackberry flavors. Raspberry is a little more muted, but I feel that that's because the blackberry is hiding it. The finish is actually quite vanilla, which gives it a slight taste of creaminess at the tail. But it's only at the tail. I wish it was at the tip. The aroma itself is actually quite sour, which is fine. Again, I don't know if it's my favorite. A very accurate representation of a blackberry creamsicle, but you know, it's fine. It's not wonderful. It's good. It's a good thing to enjoy. Certainly as a round number 2, you could go worse. That is the worst compliment that you could give a beer. Not bad for a round 2, you know? Not bad. Okay, let's go ahead and update the ticker. And move on to Click Clock Wood. And there it goes. What keeps vibrating around here? Oh, huh. It's the controller that was vibrating. Imagine that. Alright, back to the action. And music. So Click Clock Wood is the last Banjo-Kazooie level. Though I'm sure there are ways to reach it before playing some of the other levels, I don't know. And the interesting thing about this level is that it's actually 4 levels. And it represents the 4 seasons of the year. So there's a spring, there's a summer, there's a fall, autumn, and then there's a winter. And for a good part of the level, you actually go through these seasons, changing things in one so that things are altered in the other. It's very ingenious. It's very ambitious, I want to say. It is the only level that does this. We could start and fall, maybe. Or maybe no. The door's not open. Of course, there's multiple. I'm getting bullied here. I haven't even gotten into the level proper. Well, at least I got most of my stuff back. I think the only one that you can actually enter proper is Spring. And to be honest with you, I think you actually end the world in winter. Come Come on, dude, just fight. Like Kazuya said in the Tekken animated movie, fight. Alright, that's enough nonsense. Did anybody see that movie, by the way? Not that it was great or anything like that, but I specifically remember that it was one of these movies from the 90s where they were trying to adapt. It was really the first time they were trying to adapt anime and fighting and games into movies, animated movies, whatever. And they were just doing a really bad job with fighting game movies, because that's exactly what you needed, right? Fighting game movies, of course. And of course you had things like Street Fighter. I know that King of Fighters had an animated movie as well. You had Tekken. And I specifically remember that, you know, I know that I haven't played too many Tekken games, but I do know that Kazuya is, I think he started as an anti-hero and then he just became a plain villain. And somebody correct me on that point. But he was just a straight up, not pleasant person to ally yourself with in that animated movie. And of course there was no real character development to the guy. He was just killing things, not understanding why it was wrong to kill things. I remember him attacking a bunch of dinosaurs on, I don't know, Dinosaur Island. Yeah, so that's something to watch. Why don't you, when the missus comes home, tell her, hey, why don't we get takeout? Maybe some good Panda Express. And let's pop in that Tekken movie from the 90s. It'll be a real good time. And if you actually do that, tell me if your relationship survives. Alright, so we start with spring. I'm really trying to situate myself. I know that because it's a stage that divides itself in four seasons, it's not the most massive of maps. It's no Rusty Bucket Bay. But at the same time, it's certainly got a lot to explore. Thank goodness for the not poison water. But yeah, there's a main center tree in the middle of all of these. Okay, Gonati. Get some eggs here. So let's see, what time is it? Actually, we probably won't be too far into Clay Clock Wood simply because we'll want to get into the Elden Ring section of the stream. I believe friend of the stream John will be joining us soon. So let's enjoy our time in Click Clock Wood, but let's not get too cozy because very soon we'll be repelled away from its warmth. The wetness of springtime. So not really too much to see here underwater, really. It is a very basic underwater section. Okay, there's a bunch of I think that there's more than one Mumbo token that is in one of these Venus flytrap plants. Which honestly, unless I am forced to, I do not need to get. I may already have enough Mumbo tokens for the final transformation, to be honest with you. Banjo-Kazooie, Oracle of Seasons. And so there's a plant here. I'm going to assume that the way to go is eggs. Okay, and there we have our plant. Our eggplant. Climb this. I don't think there's anything at the top, but I know that we have to continue watering this plant as the seasons move forward. Maybe. There's Momo's hut, and there's a ramp up to the tree. I want to explore the ground level before I move up. And I'll probably be doing that with all seasons. Now, one thing that is not evident from just looking over here is the fact that these things are thorny. You definitely don't want to get in that section without proper protection. Never leave home without proper protection. Now, am I talking about a weapon? Or am I talking about a bit of rubber? I don't know. What? And that's the only time we'll get that cutscene, I've heard. So remember it well. Whenever you're remembering your Banjo-Kazooie memories. It's like, hey, you know, I remember that one time that we killed that bird and it died. And there was a cutscene for it. I think I saw it in a Did You Know Gaming that they programmed it that way because the death of one of these was supposed to prompt some other event happening. And it was supposed to follow the death of one of these. Like there was supposed to be a king bird creature. But at the end, before release, they left that out. At least these things are not as hideous as those wall creepers, the green ones. Still gotta deal with them though. They're pretty fast also. I'm a bit confused here, folks. I guess let's explore this outside. It sure is just a little bit I want to say not distressing. You just get slightly miffed by the fact that the majority of my pings come whenever I'm streaming. People need my input, but they won't give me views. That's neither here nor there. I used to watch this. Give me a second, folks. Alright, nothing important today. Let's keep going. It's Mosey. Why would you ever go for that? Doesn't make any sense. I am feeling the imperialness of this beer. Again, not a bad tasting beer. Just not a fan of creamsicles, I guess. Oh, and there's Mambo's hut. So we can actually make it there using the rubber boots. Okay, so we haven't taken a single way up. We really invested into exploring the ground level before doing anything. And I think we've hit every point. Let me just double check. So we came from there. And again, the main point of me backtracking through any part of this really is the fact that I don't want to miss any musical notes. Because as you saw from that last level, that last map, it will be the sort of thing where I assume that I've completed everything, and yet there's musical notes to be had. Nice. Oh, don't waste the eggs. Eggs are life. I must have done this already, right? Yes. Wow. Come on. You could barely see that. Oof. I was honestly fooled by the textures there. I honestly thought there was no need for a jump. Okay, and that's where we started. So let's go ahead and go up. And at the end of this, we'll go to Mambo's hut. And I don't think the bee has an attack, so I would rather clear this area out. Wow. So how do you do that? These are jumps that you can actually make, but do you need to? Probably not. You know what, I'll wait for B form to explore that area, and if I made a mistake, then so be it. I certainly like ending phrases with so be it. It gives a certain finality to the things that you say. Alright. Now that I think about it, you can probably collect anything on these flowers, plants, as long as you've got the bee costume or bee transformation. Here's me not knowing what I'm doing, why I'm doing this. You are the chosen one. Any Jinjos or anything like that want to reveal themselves to me? I sound like I'm reading a Ouija board. if any Jinjos are present, make your presence known. That's what they say, right? And let's see. All these feathers. One more token. Where's the door? I know there's a door. And of course I can't enter this. That's gonna hurt, isn't it? Water. Oh, man. Okay, let's just go back up, folks. I've killed most enemies here, so I should be okay. But yeah, I gotta remember to enter that beehive once I'm in beehive is bee form. And actually, it seems like that's the last thing. Oh no, there's these alcoves. You don't get to use that word very often either. More of these, of course. These are technically pretty hard jumps, I would say. So I'm actually surprised that I was able to do them without too much and that might be the route that I decided to forego. Who knows? Another claptrap. I think this is the tree house that is in the process of being formed, and I think it gets fully formed by the time we get to winter. There's some stuff in here, maybe. Oof. I almost walked right off of that one. Is there anything else in here? No, the house is still pretty unbuilt. Is there anything on the outside? Doesn't seem like it. What time is it? Oh, we're getting close. Just message John to see when he'll be available. And I think it's happening. So let's go ahead and call it a day here, folks, in terms of Banjo-Kazooie, that is. Let's go ahead and create a suspend point. Yes, please. Overwrite this heinous level. Let's go ahead and overwrite it twice for good measure. And let's go back to our trusted overlay. Let's go with forecast. And I hear nothing, of course. Interesting. Okay. Let's not do forecast, let's do fresh again. So that was the retro corner of our stream. If you are interested to see the Riveting Adventures of Banjo-Kazooie. Tune in about 2 weeks where we'll go back and finish out Click Clock Wood. Right now, we'll actually go ahead and go dive back into the world of The Lands Between and Elden Ring. If you're interested in seeing an amateur confessor playthrough as a first playthrough, stay tuned. If not, I'll catch you again. Thank you for your time. See you on the other side of the break. Those of you who decide to stay. For those of you leaving, have a great weekend and stay thirsty. to be. Welcome back, everyone, to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf. Ales for short. I play and I fail. Today we have with us a friend of the stream, John. John, how are you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm doing great this fine Friday evening.
Yeah? Are you ready for All Hallows Eve? The eve where all the creepies and crawlies crawl out of crannies?
No, but I certainly am ready for candy.
Candy is good. I grew up in a place where we didn't necessarily have too much of that. And so it's interesting to see that like a bag of 2 million candies is sold at the store for like $2. Of course, it has no nutritional value, but it is the sort of thing that, had I encountered in my childhood, would have made my brain explode.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Certainly glad to be older so that I can just buy all the candy that I want now.
Yeah, but of course, by the point that I have a disposable income to buy all the candy, my metabolism is not what it once was, and so maybe eating all that candy is not necessarily the best of ideas. But of course, I do exactly the opposite, and I have absurd amounts of beer, so I guess pick your poison.
Yeah, that's like adult candy.
Yeah, adult candy, or hard candy, as Madonna once said. Madonna. Alright. Anyways, have you been playing much of Elden Ring recently?
No, not recently.
Okay, I did get one session in between this and our last session where I think I leveled up a couple and I was exploring. But for the life of me, I don't remember what I was doing, so it's gonna be one of these sessions where I'm trying to find myself and not get lost again. Here's hoping that maybe by the end of it I can give Margot a shot, but I actually figured out that there's two things I want to do before I get there. One of them is getting this new greatsword, and I think it was listed under one of these things to do before facing Margot. There's apparently a greatsword that you can get by beating this optional boss, and then there's also an item called Margot's Shackle. Have you heard about this?
I have not, no.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it. Before we do that, though, let's remind our friends in stream what we are drinking today. This is Extreme Yas Cream Imperial Creamsicle Sour. Do any of these things mean anything to you?
Partially, because I do remember you explaining this to me very patiently several times, but I couldn't recall it in like a multiple choice quiz.
Well, it's a sour beer. Sour being one of the three main flavors of beer. Imperial comes from the fact that it has high alcohol content at 8.5%. Creamsicle because it emulates very closely what a creamsicle is like. Did I ask you this the first time I explained this to you? Do you like creamsicles, John?
You may have asked me this at one point, but I'll answer the same thing I answered then, I guess. Yeah, I do.
Okay. I don't care for them. Yeah, so that's this is an okay beer. I kind of just need to work through it, need to finish it. It's a good second rounder. It's nothing necessarily that I would write home about, but your mileage may vary, I suppose. Oh, and actually, do you happen to be catching stream?
Yes, I do have it.
I happened to notice that just the effect that we were talking about yesterday with the ring light, you can actually see it, and it's directly on one of my eyes. I'm sure people are not getting weirded out by that.
That's pretty funny. I think if you were to change it to a blue hue, you would basically be like Sans in all those memes where one of his eyes shines blue.
Okay. Well, that's something to think about. I like this. And serendipitous effect, as you might say. All right, but with that bit of nonsense, let's go ahead and jump into the game. So, how's your week been? I'm sure that you haven't had any huge family events, I wager.
No, just your usual, affairs with family. Some good, some bad, but
Yeah,
you know,
nothing that would potentially cause national news or anything like that.
no, no, nothing like that.
Okay, well that's good.
Very boring.
It's generally good when your entire family is not shaken by an event. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, that's sometimes how life is. Sometimes you just have to, you know, life is boring. Sometimes nothing happens.
Yeah, I guess you want some things to happen, but you certainly don't want other things to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Um, that wasn't cryptic enough. Have you been consuming any fun media as of late?
So I did finally finish the Lord of the Rings series because that wrapped up like a week or two ago.
So, what do you think? How was it? Was the
Um,
ending worthwhile? Will there be a season two?
I think most definitely there will be a season two. They did reveal a few. Well, they really just revealed one character who was kind of like the main question between all the fan bases, who is Sauron. So they did reveal who among the characters is Sauron. And so, you know, I guess if you want to know, I could tell you. You could shoot out a spoiler alert, but
All right, spoiler alert for the Elden Rings.
for the
Sorry, the
Elden
Lord of.
Ring.
I keep forgetting what the name of the show is. Please go
Rings
ahead
of
and
Power.
reveal the identity of Sauron.
So I mean, if you haven't watched the series, the name probably won't mean anything to you, but it's this dude that Galadriel meets, which is Halbrand. That guy is supposed to be Sauron. He was in disguise, and he basically just, hoodwinked her. He totally um, tricked her into helping him, even though kind of her main goal in life was to stop him.
So Galadriel has been set back because she trusted this individual. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, that's correct. So overall, I mean, the series was pretty good. I would say, it does sort of falter in some points. It's some of the right. I feel like the main issue with this show isn't so much that the writing is poor or that the budget is low. I think that, obviously the budget is astronomical. So, it's going to be a very pretty to look at show. I think the main kind of trouble with the show that a lot of people are, kind of I think some people get it, some people don't, but I think the main issue is just that it has a lot of characters. It has a lot of story threads, a lot of characters, and I feel like the show is trying to do its best to juggle all of these to kind of, have this grand scope, but I think it's struggling to do so. So there's some story threads that are really really good and you're very interested to find out what happens next, and then there's others where um they're just a little bit they just feel a little bit rushed at certain points, and at other points you're not really invested in why a certain thing is happening.
Is it the sort of situation where you're introduced to a lot of people, but you don't necessarily what the that's interesting. Is it the sort of situation where you're introduced to a number of characters and you don't necessarily know why they're important, and at least by the end of the season, you don't necessarily get that resolution?
um there's a little bit of that, but not too much, at least for me. And maybe this is me being biased because I do have exposure. Did read Lord of the Rings and watch The Hobbit, so I do have familiarity with some of these characters. So for me, it wasn't that. It was more that they introduced all of these characters and then just they tried to give them all, you know, character arcs or small character arcs, and it was just a lot. It was just a big scope. And when certain characters went through struggles, at one moment they were acting a certain way, and then something something tragic happened. Something kind of threw them for a loop. It threw them into chaos, and then like their characters seem to like switch on a dime to be very I'm thinking of one character in specific, but it's the kind of thing where it's not, it doesn't seem to flow very naturally, and they needed to do that to kind of finish the little character arc for a certain character, or get another character across.
I see. So it wasn't satisfying from that perspective.
For certain story threads, no. But for other story threads, it was really really good. I think that it or if I had to rate the show out of 10, I would say it was a 6 out of 10 in its worst days, and it was a 7 out of 10 in its best days.
Gotcha. Will you watch season 2?
Not sure. I guess depends on what's on TV, but I might. I would certainly recommend you watch it if you have absolutely nothing else that you want to watch first. If you have absolutely nothing else in your backlog, and or you have uh, you have a genuine like for Lord of the Rings stuff.
Well, that's certainly fair. That's I gotta say that sounds a bit of a harsh review. If you got absolutely nothing else to do,
Well, I said, or you
feel free
really
to
like Lord of
watch
the
this show. You could do worse.
Rings. Well, you definitely can. Make no mistake.
Okay, so I've entered an area in the Weeping Peninsula, I think, where there's this giant, for lack of a better term, just shooting giant spears at me, and I can't seem to get away from its range, even on horseback. Might need to back out.
It's pretty rough.
That's impressive, though. It's like I was galloping at full speed, and yet it could still reach me. I might just rush in and get the point of grace, and then evade the whole fight. I don't think I can fight that guy. So I have a Weeping Peninsula map, as Guonam would say.
We cannot forget Peter Blue.
Guonam, yeah.
How
Go
about
big
you,
or
Scott?
Guonam.
Huh?
Go big or Guonam.
I see. Well, I was about to ask you, so that was the highlight of my week, finishing that series. What about you? Have you watched anything fun, or done anything, played any other games that are fun?
Well, let's see. I did finish another episode of The Boys season 2, and I think it is the next to last episode. Um, it's quite good. I don't know. Are you actually in season 2 yet?
Yeah, I actually wrapped up season 2, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point.
Okay. Well, so the thing is, I guess spoilers for season 2 of The Boys coming up. But I guess a lot of things happen. But the episode starts with Lamplighter just like torched himself, and I am not quite sure if he meant for what happened to happen. All he does is he goes into the base with. Hold on, I am noticing that my frame rate is dropping on my stream. I'm gonna try and reduce the quality of the image. Quality settings. Let's go all the way to low, I guess. So I guess I need to return to the main menu. Ah, that's frustrating. Yeah, so he torches himself because he noticed that he wasn't in the statue room. Do you remember this at all?
Yeah, I remember. I think he snuck in with Huey, and then he was in front of the statue room, and I think they removed him from the 7 statues. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember.
Which I knew that he was one of the superheroes under VOD. I don't know if I didn't realize that he had been one of the 7. But of course, what ends up happening is just that he lights up because he decides that he has been a failure. Mind you, the reason why they're even in there is because Huey said, "Oh, hey, help me save Starlight." And the way that he convinced them is, "Hey, maybe we need to be the husband getting some on the porn that he was watching," which was
that was
pretty good.
That was a great
Also,
line.
if you know what happens afterwards, it's like all you had to do was just stay on at the home base and watch porn. But I guess you decided to save Starlight, which wonderful. But things could have been differently. And so he torches himself. He turns on the water sprinklers. It also causes like fire alarms to go, which gives Starlight enough power to disable the door that was holding her. So I don't know if he actually meant to do that. What do you think?
So so you're saying for when Black Noir was fighting
No.
Starlight, or
I'm saying when Lamplighter burned himself, did he burn himself because he was committing suicide, or did he burn himself because he knew that it would activate the
or activate the sprinklers? No,
yeah.
I think that guy was just crazy at that point.
Okay.
I mean,
Because
I didn't see any foreshadowing that would think that he is that self-sacrificial. I just felt like from the previous episode where he was kind of, admitting his wrongdoing to the woman, to the FBI woman. I think I keep forgetting her name. But I think he was just so guilt-ridden that he just kind of went mental, and it just so happens that it served Starlight.
yeah, so that happens, and then she's able to break free. And obviously, we get yet another one of these Huey moments where he's like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Oh, I am completely alone and powerless in the middle of enemy territory. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do." It's pretty funny, just the reaction. And I think this is one of the things that I enjoy about The Boys. It is the sort of show that puts you in these situations where you think things are under control, they're gonna go a certain way. You're assuming you're following standard storytelling tropes, and then something happens to escalate how bad the situation is. Which is like, by the way, we have just set an alarm to the entire complex, and you are by yourself. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I do enjoy how continuously it just it throws expectations out the window, and you think the story's gonna go one way, and then all of a sudden, they're in the crapper because of how just because of how the story ends up. And I I
Yeah,
I, I think one of the best parts about it all is just how they always they always seem to pin like the non-hero characters, which are usually the boys, against these hero characters, and that the heroes could obviously just destroy them, but there's always these circumstances that let them weasel out or get over the heroes.
yeah. So of course, in this situation, it's just that there's not too many soups around in the first place, except for Black Noir. Um, but then obviously Starlight shows up. And Huey is forced to cut the hand off of Lamplighter, which I think it's hilarious because when you first of all, it's pretty impressive that he decided to think, oh, by the way, I need his thumbprints. At that point, if I was him, I would be like, well, he has probably like burned his entire hand, so there's no point in carrying this. But I guess he didn't necessarily assume that, and it's the sort of thing once again where um, you're trying to cut off a limb of somebody, but of course it's incredibly difficult to cut through bone and cartilage with
Yeah.
very poor tools. So it's like he has a very hard time taking it off, and it's not a clean cut, and it's just disgusting.
I thought the funniest part of that whole sequence was when Starlight was fighting Black Noir. Like, he pins her down and he starts choking her, and then all of a sudden Maeve shows up and she like rips off his mask and feeds him an almond joy.
Yeah, I was taken aback by that. I thought that I was seeing it, and I noticed that there was something in her hand that she gave him, and I was like, did she just give him a bomb or something like that to kill him? But of course, no. It was just like a candy that he is allergic to.
Yeah, Black Noir has a tree nut allergy.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that she just didn't kill him outright, though.
Yeah, that part was hilarious. I think that one of the funniest parts about the boys is how they throw in these product placements, but in the most bizarre and jarring ways. Like, I feel like Almond Joy has been mentioned before, but I'm forgetting exactly where. And then obviously they do it in this scene, and then another scene where they do product placement, which is funny, is every time they're dealing with the Church of the Collective, they're always saying, "Oh, you want a fresca?"
Oh, I actually didn't even realize that.
Yeah, every single time that like a character is introduced. So I think it was the first time that the Deep was talking to like that therapist lady that was part of the Church of the Collective. She offered him a fresca, or I forget if it was the other guy. Then when A Train shows up, and the Deep is kind of trying to convince him. I think it's that the Deep goes to like the movie set where A Train is shooting like his last scene, because at this point A Train was thrown out of the 7. So all of a sudden the Deep is like, hey, do you have time to listen about the Church of the Collective? He's like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. And then like they start talking about something, then A Train becomes dejected, and then as the Deep is leaving, A Train is like, hey, wait a minute, could you tell me more about that church? And then all of a sudden the Deep just pulls out a fresca from like his lunchbox or whatever.
Oh, huh. I guess I missed that. But that is clever. Yeah, so, hold on a second. Have you encountered many areas in Elden Ring where there's hidden passages?
Yeah, a few actually.
I have essentially encountered none. I keep seeing these messages that suggest that there is a passage, and I hit all the walls and nothing happens.
So I guess I haven't encountered one where it's like an invisible wall, but I have encountered like side passages and stuff like that.
Yeah. But yeah, they happen to escape after they, I guess, incapacitate Black Noir. And I guess also part of the episode is Billy Butcher meeting his father. Uh, and I guess I kind of
Who's a
understand
great person.
who is a great person. And I guess I kind of understand what the point there was, because honestly, it was just his mom wanted for him to like go back home, and she wanted to show him what kind of person he had become, like as a warning tale of what could happen to him. But it just seemed like the father had no redemption, which fine. I actually not vested in that character. Um, just a little bit more, how to say, character progression for Billy Butcher. So obviously, Lamplighter is gone because he was the witness for the trial that they wanted to do, but Billy manages to threaten the doctor to talk for them in the trial, which happens later. Let's see what else happened. I guess there was a little bit more about what do you call it? Homelander with his son, and he kind of steals him away because he shows him that there's an outside world. Okay, I've made it to Castle Morn, whatever that is. Have you heard about this place?
Castle Moore.
Yeah, Castle Morn. Actually,
Can't say that I have.
let me look at this guide as to the number of not this. Elden Ring bosses before Margit. And I'm looking for Leonine Misbegotten. That's who I'm looking for. So I think I'm in the right place. Okay, so Castle Morn, and I'm trying to face off Leonine Misbegotten because if I do, I will be able to get the Grafted Blade Greatsword, which should give me powers. Let's see how this goes.
So I forget, in that episode, did they kind of go into how Homelander was trying to be a good dad to Ryan, the little kid?
Well, I guess my question is, was he actually trying to be a good dad? I think his main objective was to steal him away. Um, and it did seem that for a part of the discussion, he was vested in respecting the mom's wishes. But I do think that he was honestly wanting him to not be secluded from the entire world, which is, I guess, something that messed him up.
Mm-hmm. I think that sounds about right. Because they do. So at this point, they definitely already took it. Stormfront had already taken it. But there was this scene where he is talking to Ryan, and it does seem like he's trying to be fatherly, and I thought that was kind of an interesting direction to take Homelander, because it kind of humanizes him a little bit in a way, even though he's like effed up everywhere else.
Yeah. So that happens, but he has this crazy. He has Stormfront with him, which any type of assistance that he or any type of good that he might be trying to do has this entire baggage of just a person who seems to be completely ensconced in the ideology of Nazism. So it's like nothing good will come out of whatever he does as long as he is in some way associated with her.
By the way, you know, I think probably one of the most hilarious parts was when, like, I think in one scene she starts telling Ryan about like all of this Nazi propaganda BS, and you just it just cuts to Homelander's face being like, okay, I guess this is happening now. As if there's not much buy-in from him either, but he's just sort of letting it happen.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, then he shows Ryan the outside world, I guess, which we don't actually get to see when it happens. But he starts to distrust his mother, and that's when they essentially kidnap him, and that's at the end of this particular episode. Of course, the other major thing that happens is the actual cliffhanger of the episode, where it seems like they're at the court hearing. It seems like they're going to incriminate Vought for the things that they did, and of course, everyone's head starts blowing up.
Same exact way that, yeah. The lady, like at the beginning of the second season, I forget what her name was, but she used to be like Butcher's girlfriend for like a short period of time. Government lady.
Wait, that happened before?
Yeah, there was that government lady. I'm forgetting what her name was. Gosh, what's her name?
Please, the audience must know what the name of the person is.
Raynor, do you remember?
No.
She was the lady that... Gosh. She was from the CIA. She was the one that was trying to tell them something super important in the beginning of the season, but then her head blows up. Do you remember?
No. The beginning of the season, like episode 1, season 2.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I've got something super serious to tell you.
Yeah, and then her head blows up.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, okay. Well, just you know, for your information, that head explosion thing is not that's not the first time we saw it, because we did see it in the beginning of the season. That
Okay.
lady.
Well, I mean, I guess it's been a while for me. Honestly, I think it's almost been a month since I saw the last episode of The Boys, before this one.
Yeah, who do you think is doing the head exploding?
Well, it's not Homelander. He just kind of looked amused at what was happening. I was wondering why he wasn't concerned about what could happen to him, but maybe it is a sort of thing where his head can't be blown up that easily.
I think Homelander just thinks he's invincible, so he didn't really that probably didn't even factor into his equation.
Yeah, but of course everyone else was game, and that certainly was terrifying, because you don't actually know how people were being targeted, and it seemed to be at random. Of course, the star witnesses were killed, so there goes that. But yeah, at this point, nothing suggests to me that somebody is doing that other than somebody has the power to blow up people's heads, which fine, but between the scene that you are mentioning and what happened, I don't know what is the common factor or what is the range of the person who can blow people's heads up. I can only imagine that it is somebody within eyesight.
Yeah, I would say that it's a little bit hard to kind of draw conclusions, having already seen the finale, obviously. But it's pretty hard to draw conclusions who did it just from the information you have right now.
I honestly don't know
Um,
if anybody makes it out of that courtroom because it cuts in the middle of everyone fleeing.
mhm, that is true. But I think you'll like the finale. It certainly took an interesting turn. Kind of like the first the first season did. But yeah, I liked it. I liked the finale of the second season. So hopefully you watch that soon.
Oh, great. Ah, my wolves disappeared. So yeah, that seems like a pretty interesting show. Again, the stakes have been escalated. You don't know if quote unquote the good side has a case anymore because the doctor was killed, obviously. Um, and of course, Lamplighter's not there either. I wonder if I should try and take these punks one by one. Seems like there's a rebellion in this castle. Speaking of which, what exactly are you doing?
I'm just trying to get to this boss guy. Um, has been having a difficult time just because of how rusty I am. It's been kind of difficult to get to this boss. So I feel like once I get to him, it's just gonna be death after death.
All right. Yeah, so I saw that. Uh, I have also been enjoying Taylor Swift's new album. Have you heard about that one?
I have not, no.
It's
What
called Midnight.
songs do you recommend?
I think my favorite one is what is it? You're on your own, kid, because truly You are on your own, kid.
Oh, hopefully that's not true during Halloween. There's gonna be a lot of kids out.
Yeah, how about that? So yeah, a very good album. Taylor Swift has still got it.
Well, that's good.
Here's a I don't know how much you follow music, John, but I do have a certain bias about artists later in their career. I think that most musicians enjoyed, I've enjoyed for their first few albums, and that's because I feel like they've gone through some things, and they've gone through those things because they've lived life, and so they've got these things to say that are very emotional. But then once they become popular, uh, for better or for worse, they stop living that life and they stop undergoing these hardships, which great for them, but sometimes just takes away from the power of their lyrics.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because as soon as you started kind of explaining that, a specific artist kind of popped into my head. So I guess before I start rambling about the artist that I'm thinking about, who in particular are you thinking about, or which set of artists are you thinking about?
Honestly, there's nobody that particularly personifies that, but I probably could mention artists I like No Doubt, Gwen Stefani. I guess she did have like a second upsurge, but maybe like Katy Perry. Although she did some pretty good stuff. It's just a general feeling. I don't know that there's like a really strong example of that. I just feel like artists do get the messaging of their words does become a bit weaker because a lot of the hardships that they faced initially are no longer in their way. But if you have a better somebody that personifies this idea, please go ahead.
Well, the idea certainly resonated with me, so I would say that, there has to be something to what you've said. So I wouldn't completely discount it. The artist that I'm going to say is actually pretty controversial because he's actually been on the news cycles recently saying some incredibly stupid and insensitive stuff. But
Wait, is this
um,
Kanye West?
yeah, I'm gonna have to say Kanye.
Okay, what's so actually here's a question. What exactly has been the deal with him? Because I know that he's been in the news. I don't know why because I have not necessarily been interested in things that he has been saying because I think his light has been lost on me ever since he had that feud with Taylor Swift. Going back to the subject, of course.
Wow, that was a very long time ago. But
Wow.
interesting.
I died because I forgot my block button. How pleasant.
That sucks.
So stupid.
Um, but yeah, I guess to sort of summarize what has been happening with him is that he's been making the news rounds because he's been saying some anti-Semitic stuff. He started tweeting out some anti-Semitic stuff recently, and you know, largely a lot of places, a lot of retailers, some banks, some I forget what else, some manufacturers of shoes like Adidas have dropped his Yeezys. Banks have stopped associating with him. They've asked him to move his money somewhere else. Um, and yeah, just a bunch of people in general have been kind of, distancing themselves from him because of the insensitive things that he's been saying. And that's kind of the short and long of it. He's Some people are speculating, some people that have been following Kanye West. I have a couple of friends who they don't really listen to his music anymore just because of how much of I guess, a toxic personality he's become. But they've told me that he sort of does this thing where he shows up in the news cycles saying some outrageous things right before he drops like a new musical album or some sort of new musical project. And that's sort of the reason why people now are thinking that he's doing this. Um, but yeah, that's sort of what's been happening with him.
I see.
But I guess to sort of go back to your point about, artists' first works being more impactful now, or being more impactful versus later in their career. I totally see that in Kanye West's work because definitely his first album, his earlier stuff was good. Obviously, I'm sure you've listened to. I think it was Graduation was where he did that collaboration with Daft Punk, which I'm sure is a very fond song of yours, of him and Daft Punk's.
It's kind of odd that you mentioned that because I actually happened to just rewatch that music video yesterday, and I remember how much I liked it. And the reason why I watched it was because I was thinking about Daft Punk. Rest in peace, Daft Punk. Um, so yeah, go on.
So yeah, I mean, his his earlier stuff definitely did have a lot more impact. That was I think maybe his third or fourth studio album, but his very first album, I'm forgetting the name of it right now. Um, what is it called? Gosh, it's such a great album too. The College Dropout. There we go. So I don't know if you've ever listened to The College Dropout, but it is honestly one of the most sublime albums out there. If you have any inkling for, hip hop or rap music, you would love it. Uh, and if you're a diehard hip hop or rap fan, then you would completely fall in love with it just because of how good that album was, and how many collaborations with folks who were in hip hop back then. How many collaborations there were with those people. And so that first album, you could tell that it had so much, soul, so much love, so much care. And then you compare it to like some of his later stuff, where he's, sure, he's being more experimental. There's some good in the music that he's releasing, but apart from kind of like this sort of personality he's taken on, where he's just being a very, very irresponsible person with his words, and in addition to the music just not being the same. I just kind of saw that in what you were saying, where an artist's earlier works definitely have more impact because of how their situation changed from being kind of a normal person to eventually becoming this very rich and successful person who is somewhat disconnected from the average person.
Yeah, and I'm not about to say that the things that they face every day is in any way less genuine. It is simply less simple to connect with those ideas because it is a different life.
Yeah.
And I think that that is of some value when you're discussing how well something connects to the larger population. Um, So, maybe artists are actually more in tune with other musicians who are of great success at that particular stage in their career. It's just not as good with people, simpletons like myself. But yeah, that's unfortunate that he decided to say such controversial things.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely is. I think he definitely still is a great musician, but when you associate it with the person, it's just awful. It's just hard to stomach. And then there's those people that just listen to the music and they're like, I don't care what he says.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm somewhere in between those. This is my third attempt at trying to take down these punks. Great. Clearly the answer to all of these problems is just attack with a pack of wolves and then you'll be alright.
Seems reasonable. Right now, you're not where Margit is, right? You're trying to get that great sword.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Alright, let's see. I think I'm almost done with these punks. It's got like 4 or 5 left. And of course, as usual, the final one kills me. A frustrating turn of events. Alright, let's try this one more time. Seems like there's a space down there. So there's an elevator shaft, but then when the elevator goes up, there seems to be stuff like a entrance below the elevator platform, which suggests to me that I need to drop down. But of course, if I drop down, I'm concerned with fall damage. And as we all know, the fall damage in Elden Ring is essentially the same one as the original Donkey Kong game, where if you fall off a high enough platform, you just die. No reason.
The original Donkey Kong game is that are you talking about the one with Mario?
Yeah.
Oh. Actually don't remember that one too well.
Well, there's nothing really to remember there. It's just annoying that if you jump high enough, then you will just die.
So this might be a fun question. Are there any games that you're looking forward to that are either coming out later this year or next year?
No, actually, there is none. What about you?
Uh, Not really. I mean, I'm thinking, let's see. What games am I looking forward to? There was something. Well, I guess that new World of Warcraft expansion seems kind of interesting. The Dragonflight one. That one's for the main game. It's not a classic.
So is that the one with the statues and the dragon people?
Yes.
And with the class where the only race that can access it is the dragon people?
Yes, that is correct.
I still find that quite peculiar. Alright, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I will see you on the other side of this break, John.
Sounds good.
The final drink of the night. Round 3, as they say. And this is something that we've had on stream several times before, so I don't think I need to really talk too much about it. This is Desert City Blackberry Chocolate Crumble Pastry Stout, and it is a pastry stout. Stout is a darker, heavier, maltier beer. Generally, you have toast associated with its production. You use heavier malts whenever you create a stout. Sometimes you get milk stouts, coffee stouts, which are not necessarily my favorite. There's oatmeal stouts, which I've been getting a lot more fond of. Pastry stouts are supposed to mimic pastries of all things, so they're generally sweet, slightly breadier than your standard fare stouts. This one specifically mimics a blackberry crumble. Now, John, do you know the difference between a crumble and a pie? Really, I am surprised. I thought you decorated yourself as a master chef. I don't know. I don't actually know very well. I do know that crumbles are like pies, except they have that crumbly thing on the top. Yeah, yeah. I think that's the main differentiator, and I do like that crumbly bit over the standard pie fare. But I don't know if that's all pies. Hashtag not all pies. So as you can see, this one is dark. You can't quite see it from the stream, but it's got maybe a slightly reddish, purplish hue into the darkness here. The bouquet itself is a little sour, which just simply comes from the fact that it is blackberry. Let's go ahead and taste this bad boy. Bang an ale. So you got those creamy notes from the stout character itself. You certainly got some sweetness in terms of the blackberry, though it is mostly represented in a slight level of sourness. It's light-bodied, but it's actually heavier in alcohol than I would generally associate with this style of beer. And it's at 9.5 alcohol by volume, so pretty respectable. This is something that I would be less reluctant to call an imperial stout, but it is not denominated as such until the day that somebody comes up with an imperial pastry stout, I suppose. So yes, a good time all around. Let me go ahead and update my ticker after we look at what Untapped has to say. Yes, we know that. Desert City. I think it was last year around New Year's that I had a different Desert City. Let me see if I can find that. Desert City. Or what city? Yeah, some fireflies. So they got desert. Yeah, firefly stout. Firefly Funhouse. There's a Desert City German chocolate cake. That sounds delicious. There's a coffee cake Desert City. But that's not the one I had. I had it's probably not in this account. It's probably my real life account. Anyways, it doesn't matter. This is the Blackberry Chocolate Crumble. So it reads, full cocoa blackberry body with bittersweet berry and light stout notes to follow. Brewed with blackberries, golden oats, chocolate malt, and bourbon barrel aged Scotch ale. And that's really what gives it its alcoholic edge. It's quite a decent stout. Let me go ahead and update the ticker, just in case anybody pops in stream. They're wondering, hey, what's Old Ale Wolf up to? What's he drinking? And now you're asking, does anybody actually ever do that? And I say maybe. All right, there you go. Yeah, certainly maybe is better than no. All right, and with that, let's go back in game. Still trying to overcome. That's not what I. Okay. Still trying to overcome Castle Morn with my wolves. Oh, wait a second. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Okay, now say it, because apparently this entire time my desktop audio has been muted.
Oh no.
Ah, such are the follies of streaming. I'm sorry, John. I missed the 5 minutes of our conversation. You were asking about berries.
Since you introduced your drink that is berry adjacent, what is your favorite type of berry? Strawberry, blueberry, blackberry, boysenberry.
There's gotta be other berries though.
There's blueberry.
Yeah, the blueberries are fun. I mean, I like raspberries generally. I certainly don't like strawberries. I think they're quite bland.
Yeah, most of the time I've had strawberries. They've been very acidic and not very pleasant. Maybe I've just had bad strawberries.
Now, I know that there's some strawberries that are sweet, but those are generally the exception rather than the rule.
I kind of wish grapes were a berry, because then I'd say grapes.
Grapeberry. What about elderberry? What? Elderberries.
Is that real?
No, I think there's elderberries.
Yes. Do you actually like them?
I don't actually know what they are.
I know there's
Boysenberries.
also lingonberries, but I don't know if you even eat those.
So in terms of all the berries that we have mentioned, obviously my favorite one is mixed berries.
Wouldn't that just be all the berries that was mentioned?
And here we go. See the all favorite. Oops, all berries.
What?
You know that. Excuse me. You know that limited Captain Crunch cereal, Oops All Berries?
No, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, there's a. So, you know Captain Crunch, the cereal.
Yes, I am familiar with that cereal.
Okay, well, he happened to drop all the berries into his cereal brew pot, and then he had a limited release cereal called Oops All Berries, where instead of those yellow pillowy things that generally comes in Captain Crunch, there was just all berries.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the more you know, I guess. But going back to the question, my favorite berry is probably raspberry. Oh, actually, we forgot one pretty famous berry. Now that I think about it,
Which berry?
bloodberries.
Oh, I guess I haven't been. I'm not too familiar with those types of berries.
Yeah, I haven't had too
Never
many of
really.
them, but they have. I know that they have a specific name in Spanish, and that's the main reason why I know them.
What is the name of the type?
Zarzamora.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with them. Never really had them, and I haven't heard too much about them. I must have heard about berry maybe once or twice before in my life.
killed all my wolves. Alright. And actually, on that note, do you have a particularly favorite fruit in general?
Favorite fruit. I guess I didn't really answer the berry question either, huh?
No, you didn't.
I mean, I guess blueberries are okay. I can't say I'm too much of a berry fanatic. So I think the fruit question is a lot of fruit. Favorite fruit, probably not banana. Banana's too starchy for me. Strawberry, no, because mostly too acidic. Apple is the type of fruit that I want to like, but I don't know. I feel like I've just had a bad experience choosing apples because most of the time they're very sour and not very pleasant. But I do like oranges. I do like oranges and tangerines a lot. Those are always easy, fruits to eat most of the time.
Tangerines are nice. I would agree. Though I find that the bigger they get, the more they taste like oranges. And the sweetness is more disseminate, which is not the reason why I get tangerines.
Oh, so I guess okay. So I definitely like the green. I think they're just melons, right? It's just the ones that just have purely green meat. I think are just sweet melons.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but obviously, or maybe not obviously, I'm being presumptuous, but I do really enjoy a good watermelon when they're very sweet. That has to be my all-time favorite fruit.
I don't think I've encountered a very sweet watermelon in my entire life. To be perfectly honest with you, sweetness is not something that I associate with watermelons in the first place.
They do exist. They're just tinier than like the giant watermelons that you see at like the county fair.
So, I don't know that I've seen too many watermelons at the county fair, but that's a nice visual image right there.
I mean, those are the types that they show because it's like, oh, look, it's award-winning, it's giant, it's amazing, but
It doesn't
it's
taste
not a
great.
lot of flavor. Yeah, it's not a lot of flavor. Just a bunch of water.
And that's fine, but I can just imagine like a kid going up to his mom. It's like, Mom, let's go to the county fair. I want to check out that watermelon. Um, and maybe here's a generality for all those fruit farmers out there. If you are a fruit farmer, please holler on chat. But I feel like the larger a fruit gets, the less sweet it becomes.
Yeah, I would say that's
I don't know that there's
largely
a
true.
fruit that does not follow that rule. It's the same for like grapes. Definitely, it's true for bananas because like the sweeter bananas are always smaller, and certainly true for tangerines, oranges, grapefruits. They all follow that particular rule.
You know what it's not true for, though? Gummy bears.
Giant gummy bears.
They're equally as sweet as the tiny ones.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. That's a mystery right there.
No, but I think you're right. It's just probably because it's the same amount of sweetness overall, but just spread over a larger body. So there is a second component. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was actually going to change the subject, but go ahead.
I was going to say that there was a second component to your drink. You know, there's the berry component, but there is also the pastry component. What is your favorite pastry?
Oh, here we go. Actually, before we left this particular subject, since nobody actually heard that first part of the discussion that we had, and nobody on chat, the millions of people on chat decided not to comment on the fact that they couldn't hear you. Let's just make one thing clear. John was not aware of the difference between a pie and a crumble.
Yes, let that be on record. Very shameful.
But it's I for you asked this, but I've had this answer for a long time, and my favorite pastry will have to be an eclair. Have you had like a good eclair?
No, I can't say we have, but it's a fair answer. I think in my experience, most of the time that I've had eclairs, they've been very dry.
Very what?
Very dry.
Yeah, and I feel like there's you can certainly be hit or miss with eclairs in the sense that they can be quite tough if they're not made by the right pastry chef, and they can be pretty thick, I feel. But the right ones just feel light and fluffy. They've got a good level of cream, not too much, and the chocolate is. I'm not particularly a fan of chocolate, but the chocolate is just light and sweet. And honestly, a good eclair beats any type of donut in the world. For me, that is.
Oh wow, that is a pretty controversial statement.
Yeah, I know. I've said it before, and people are just like, whatever. This guy doesn't ever eat donuts anyway, so it's fine.
This guy's not a pastry eater.
It's like, this guy, get out of here. He's a zero in terms of donuts. But yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's a little bit snobbish, I feel, to pick a French pastry or a generically French pastry, but I think that rings true.
I mean, I think that's pretty fair. So, you know, like I said, I haven't really had a very good eclair before, so maybe I've missed that. I think it's fair to pick any kind of, you know, high-end pastry. I know my favorite pastry, you know, I guess American pastry, if you can really consider donuts a pastry, would probably just be donuts, because donuts are great. I really enjoy donuts.
I mean, that's fine, but do you have a specific donut type? Because there's honestly like a lot of different donuts. We're not even talking about like flavors. It's things like old-fashioned style or like a maple bar. They're all classified as donuts.
I would definitely say my favorite donut is the Boston cream pie donuts. Have you ever seen those or eaten them?
I've seen them. I've never had one.
Yeah, those are definitely my all-time favorite donuts. Very creamy, very delicious, very sweet. And I do like chocolate, so I guess it makes sense that I would like both cream and chocolate.
Nice, well, good choice. I know my significant other loves Boston cream pie, but I don't know exactly what makes a Boston cream pie.
I think it's just like pastry cream, chocolate over the top, and then, you know, just obviously the fried dough of the donut. There is like a cake version of the Boston cream pie.
Yeah, and I actually did get a cake version at one point for her, but I didn't quite understand what made it Boston cream pie.
I don't know. Originated in Boston.
It has cream.
Well, certainly not
Wow. I just keep dying with this to the same set of enemies. Ah. And we have a first-time chatter. Hello, TNT Titan 2000. How are you doing this fine Friday afternoon? Do you enjoy Elden Ring and or donuts? That's a loaded question. You don't have to answer that, by the way. But you were saying, so a Boston cream pie donut.
Yeah. Very good texture.
I think this must be like the 8th time I'm trying to do the Castle Morn. It's quite the challenging. But I feel like if I pick off the enemies in the right order, I'll actually make it home. Okay, let's see. I'm doing my final exam for a driving license right now. It consists of 30 questions. I need 70% or higher to pass, and I have 3 attempts. I also have one shot test, and I need to finish the test in 1 hour. Those driver's tests are always tricky. I always find the written portion to be a little bit more esoteric, in the sense that there are certain rules that I feel are common sense, but when you're asked the specifics, as things like, what should your speed be at this particular point? It's thank you very much for the follow, TNT Titan. So what I was saying is, when they ask you very specific things like, what speed should you be at like this type of intersection, you don't necessarily know. You would be able to common sense your way out of it in real life situation, but because it's a written test, they need specific values, which I always found quite frustrating. And here I am being a person that failed their driver's test once at least.
Yeah, I always think some of those questions are goofy. I think they also ask you questions about like how much you're fined, and so I always think it's kind of funny.
And it's the sort of thing where like, why would I need to be tested on how much I will be fined? They will tell me how much I will be fined.
Well, I think they're kind of hoping for the situation where the cop is going to stop you, and then they're going to be like, "Hey, you just committed an infraction. How much should I fine you?"
It's like I could look it up on Google right now, but let me ask you. Yeah, so driving tests are quite difficult. Best of luck, TNT Titan 2000. But yeah, donuts. So that was certainly a good choice, John. What I was going to say before, I was attempting to change the subject, but it is that I was watching this other show on Netflix, and it is a docudrama on the life of Jeffrey Dahmer. Have you seen this one?
Yes, I haven't seen it, but I've seen it in the top charts very often, and it is something that I am interested in watching because there's been other like top series around serial killers on Netflix recently. Like I think there was one on. Oh gosh, who am I thinking about? So the last one that I watched was one from Ted Bundy, and that one was released a few years ago. That one was interesting. And then before that, which I think released earlier this year or maybe late last year, was the one with John Wayne Gacy. That one was super interesting, and it's just I like those types of shows, so those are interesting, and so I'm kind of thrilled to see what Netflix has to offer with this new show.
I guess I won't spoil it for you. I'm halfway through, and it is actually quite good if you're interested in docudramas like that. It kind of just goes through a lot of the murders which made him famous. Um, but it does just kind of paint the picture again without going into too many spoilers as of just how like he's not like a mastermind or anything like that. It was just more the case that he was allowed to go through a lot of these murders because the police wasn't listening to the populations that he was targeting, and a lot of it was just minorities, underserved minorities, unfortunately. So, because he was a blonde Anglo-Saxon white person in the 70s, 80s, nobody ever seemed to really pay too much attention to his victims. Um, and yeah, he was doing horrific things. So I certainly recommend anybody out there watch if you're interested in documentaries about serial killers. That it's a very compelling one, at least thus far that what I've watched.
Mhm. Yeah, it's always pretty stunning when you start hearing about these stories, and you really get a sense of how not um how should I put it? Like I think you put it best, how not mastermindish these people are. They were careful, but it's nothing that would get past the police nowadays. It's just that the police back then and certain like the FBI, they didn't have like the technology and let's face it, they didn't have as much organization as they do nowadays. So, I mean, I guess that's not to say that it still isn't possible that stuff like that could be happening nowadays. Although I would say that I guess this is kind of a tangent, but I think that there's not so many serial killers nowadays, but I would say that that has almost that is almost transformed into, instead of being serial killers, to being school shooters, because you don't really hear too much about serial killers nowadays, at least in the States.
I thought you were going to say that. Um, no, actually, serial killers is a pretty good counterpart to that. Uh, because it
Like,
is just edge cases of people with a well, okay. I guess in my mind, the difference between serial killers is that they have particular proclivities for certain behaviors that, because they are distanced from the rest of society, are um, gone awry in a sense. And I'm not trying to minimize the impact of what serial killers do or anything like that by suggesting that the very minimal triggers actually set them off. But at least in the sense of trying to analyze them in the context of uh, these school shooters, they they are disconnected from the rest of society, and they do seem like edge cases with with very heavy losses on the other end.
yeah. To me, I just kind of bring the parallel because it seems like between the two, it's just an affliction of the times, right? Where I feel like one manifested itself during that time because I guess it was just more possible for it to manifest because there was, a lot less technology, the police was a lot less organized, and in the case of Ted Bundy, not to spoil too much, but he literally he crossed over state lines, and then after that, it was hard to track him because a lot of those police departments back then didn't really talk to one another across state lines. If they actually wanted to talk to each other, they had to go set up a meeting somewhere. And
Yeah,
so nowadays, it's as easy as hopping on a video call. So it's the affliction has manifested itself in a different way, and I guess we could go into the whole we could go into a whole, criminal psychology spiel where we say, okay, well, maybe the exact same people that were serial killers back then wouldn't manifest themselves as school shooters nowadays. Sure. but I feel like the same pattern of media attention that serial killers received back then is synonymous with kind of the media attention that school shooters get nowadays, and it's a similar pattern, and that also the men, largely the men who perpetrated in serial killing, also happen to have sort of like the same social distancing, the same kind of odd social behaviors that school shooters nowadays do. So that's just kind of a parallel that I in my head thought of.
Mm-hmm. Certainly worth some thought. So let me just summarize. John dislikes men. Um, that's a joke,
Yes, of
obviously.
course.
That's a joke, obviously. I think that you make a fair point, and I think the comparison is very valid. Um, I would love to be able to explore this some more, but this is Ale's Cinderella time, as they say. So let's go ahead and wrap up, shall we?
All right, sounds good.
Let's see. And let's go ahead and that's not what I meant to do. Okay, much better. So, thank you all for those of you joining us this afternoon. Certainly appreciate your company. We will be back on Elden Ring and chatting some more about serial killers potentially next week, Friday stream at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Sorry that I couldn't make too much progress. Castle Morn certainly doesn't seem to be the best of locations for somebody who is in between chats and drinks, as they say. Any final words on your end, John?
Not much, except have a great weekend.
Yeah, let's all have a great weekend. Any Halloween plans for you?
Just sitting at home eating lots of candy.
Okay. Favorite candy bar?
Oh, uh, oh gosh, what's the name of that? Crunch Bar.
Crunch bar? I don't know that I know that one.
It's the one in the blue wrapper with red and white
Oh,
wording.
okay, yes, I know what you're talking. The one that looks like it has pock marks.
Yes.
Crunch bar, the candy bar with pock marks. Excellent. Well, mine is classic Kit Kat. I know that there's a lot of flavors out there, especially from Japan. You've got all like, I don't know, strawberry, soy sauce flavors. I like plain old Kit Kats, to be perfectly honest with you. Enjoy the crunch on them. And again, I don't particularly enjoy chocolate, but just the how to say just the package as a whole is actually quite compelling. And here's
They
hoping
are
that
pretty good.
yeah, I like them a lot. I like them a lot. I certainly wouldn't ever turn one away. So with that, take care, everyone. And as I tend to say, stay thirsty, Wolfkin. We'll see you again.